Hello. Okay. Hope I had a nice day. It went by pretty fast. We're already in the evening part of the day, but it's going pretty good. Some significant issues were resolved today. But the nature of things is such that there are always more significant issues. They just keep going. All right. Okay. I'm not sure if I want to do this way or with a modified directive. We'll see. We'll see. Should atomic read assert that T is within a bounded size? Probably not. Because it doesn't really do anything yet. It's not real yet. So I just don't pretend it's real. Don't pretend it's real. Ah. Okay, so atomic add here. Sorry, I'm spacing for a minute. See, I don't want to depend on basic in the atomics just to print things. Like compiler imports basic, though. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, we can do the modify. I don't remember. I think it might already be a type info. Hold on. Let me go look at my own code. Okay, yeah. Okay. So that's fine. That'll do it. It doesn't give necessarily a very nice error message, but you know, as we start using these facilities more, maybe we'll get into that. Okay. So we're not going to do this. We are going to do something like this. You know what? It's not possible. It's simply not possible. Okay. So down here we did, I think, lock add. So no, it can't be. Okay. So this is fine. So And then I think it's probably this, but let's see. Let's see what happens when we compile that. Yeah. Okay. Great. And great. I'm atomic adding null to a pointer. Why am I doing that? Why did I do that? I think I just meant that to be a read. This is very strange. Okay, so atomic add must then, do we return? Okay, so yeah, I mean, I'm not sure why it's very useful to return the old value prior to the add, but we'll do that. Because somebody else can just change it, right? Like if you're going to do something with that value, somebody else could change the value after. Like, yeah, whatever. Okay, so I think we just say return value. Somebody's not liking that. I saw a fail. I saw a fail. All right. Assign null for value 1t. Oh. What is that? Test enum. I'm adding. What? T is 2. Oh, right. Yes. Right. Enums are people too. And they actually don't count as integer. And we actually could do pointer too. So let's go back to here and we'll say that should be okay. All right, so then we can just run this test individually. Great, and then we'll run all the tests. Running all the tests. Boom. Now what? I guess we rebuild this. We run it. Okay, look, I've got a character. I've got a character. Oh my gosh. I don't know why the fog of war is totally broken. Like, there's something wrong. I've got to fix that overshooting at some point. Like, there's no frickin' fog again. Like, WTF. Anywho. So that's atomic add. Atomic increment. I think it's just the same. Right, we didn't return anything. Does that actually work? Oh, whoops. Oopsie. No matching. Oh, is it ink? Monsters Inc. It is Monsters Inc. Monsters Inc. Atomic increment. Oh, I didn't comment out the old one. Value. Return value. Oh yeah, let's not do that. Great. It doesn't like that. Line 137. Oh, I messed up atomic add. I forget. So the test suite doesn't actually run everything right now, which is not good. It runs some things. Old is 2. So that actually doesn't. Right. I guess, okay, if we did the add in a register, let's see. So the Windows one is interlocked exchange add, which means it probably does frickin' like, I don't necessarily see the point of having. Yeah, let's just make an atomic add that doesn't return anything. Let me see if I use it. Yet nobody. Oh, someone does. Except actually not correctly. Like I thought here it looks like I thought it was the new value. Oh, this is to atomic read frickin' anyway. Same there. So I literally never. Yeah, see here I also like I don't know what is required. All right. So let's not return anything here because okay. We could revisit that later if we want. It's possible that one of the tests or something wanted that, but I don't think so because it doesn't make sense. It's a race condition kind of a thing to do. All right. Oh, someone's barfing. Several dudes are barfing. Atomic read and is texture processing. Really? You are right. That is correct. I see. Okay, this is a case where I do want that value. I could make two different versions of the function. Because the thing is, if you just want to add and you don't care, that's very straightforward. But Um, to add and return the old value, you have to do like an interlocked exchange add. Let's see who's unhappy down here. Chess is barfing all over the floor because that just happens all the time. Okay, so they don't. Anyone who uses thread is unhappy right now. But like, we actually want atomic increment anyway. But that also. Let's just do it. Atomic add returning value. Returning old value, I guess. So this is going to look very different. Let's not even worry about all this. So we're going to do while one old is reading dest. Let's say to add. The word value is very generic. This is not going to have any asm. Old new is old plus to add. Compare and swap dest old new. Okay. If success break, return old. Seems fine. I mean, maybe we should put a pause here. Let's do that. Asm pause. We'll just give it a second. Okay. Wait. Oh, that was old. All right. Assert. That could be static. Great. What's our progress on the ASM task stream? We have converted most of the things. I want to, by the end of tonight, have converted all the things. All right. Yeah. Atomic increment, atomic add. Let's run all the tests. I don't think I ran. Let's run that one in particular. That's fine. We'll run them in LLVM as well, just in case. We'll see. We'll see. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. Very minor. Okay, well, you know what this means. Oh, maybe I can't do everything tonight because there was a bug that, I mean, we could start looking into ourselves, but I don't know if I'll be able to figure it out in a reasonable amount of time. I mean, you can always figure things out given enough time, but we'll see. Whoops. Boom. Boom. I had a no check-in on atomic increment. Well, I think that was just because I was commenting out the old header in case I wanted to bring it back if I found a terrible bug. Okay. Okay. Great. Wonderful. Okay. Then I guess we check it in. I guess we check it in. Okay, let me get some water and we will continue. How's it going, people? Any questions about what we are doing so far? We are taking things that are hard-coded into the compiler and putting them at a higher level so that people can see how they work and customize them for their own use and do their own thing, right? Versions of these that behave differently and whatnot, right? We're like Zombo.com, where the only limit is your imagination. Okay. No questions. Nobody cares. So we're next going to do and or and XOR. And this is going to be super annoying. Not only because the if size bloat, but because the opcodes are all very similar. Right, atomic binary bitwise op. Converter, we had generated them all with the same routine, just with different numbers for each instruction. But here we have to write 3 separate functions. If I could just emit the bytes, then I could have what if we could use an identifier where the instruction goes, and if this is bound to a constant string, we use that as the name of the instruction. Then we aren't required to know the numbers and are not even limited to instructions of the same format. Okay, so can use insert to generate the ASM for each size. Why though? I mean, no, because it has to be different. Like, you could write some code to generate these, but at that point, you're just getting obfuscated to do a simple thing, right? You shouldn't... Like, you could generate 4 versions of this string or whatever and insert the right one. Yeah. Is this eventually going to do something like blah and parameterize the sizing? We were talking about that last night. It's a definite possibility. I like the sound of it, but we shouldn't, jump to super conclusions about how things should go without, thinking and looking at how things are coming out. Did something good come out of the software visualization question on Twitter? Predictably, no. Absolutely not. Okay. Okay, and I mean, I assume, actually we should copy this one that has the comma values. Except if we didn't have to do the ifs, this would be terse enough that maybe we don't care about having different procedures for these. The modify is annoying, but there are other ways of making that shorter. In fact, yeah, I don't know. Okay. This is and or and XOR. There's also this bit intrinsics. Great. Oh, that's bit scans mostly. Do we do atomic adds? Or atomic and? Yeah, we do. All right, great. Atomic and, atomic or, atomic XOR. And that's it for these. Just Sokoban build. Yep. Does it run? You can hit exclamation point to replace all, but you don't always want to do that because you don't want to go past the end of what you're editing and hit innocent bystanders. Okay. Oops, that's the wrong. Here we go. Atomic and, atomic or, atomic XOR. And or XOR. And or XOR. And or XOR. Wait, hold on, what? Oh, I see. So we switch on it down. That's weird. I mean, I guess it made sense when I did it. And or and XOR. We could just comment these out for now. Actually, no, we can get rid of them. Binary bitwise up. That's the only one. Bam. By highlighting before doing the search. Yeah, whoever does that, though. Have fun doing that with stuff that doesn't fit on the screen. Anyway. Okay. Great. Well, that's great. Now there are still intrinsics remaining. So firstly, there's a bug in comp exchange 16b. That I don't know how to deal with. So that'll probably be the last one that we do. Does removing static code from the compiler and making it library code make programs technically compile faster or slower? It sort of depends on, like, the primary answer is slower, but negligibly slower, hopefully, right? Like once you've built one of these for a particular type, it doesn't cost anything extra. So there's just that cost of compiling it the first time. But then also, though, like we're taking if statements out of the body of our compiler, which aren't that slow, but like we're streamlining the core of the compiler a little bit more. And that's work that happens for everything. So, yeah, I mean, it's probably on balance slightly slower, but I wouldn't do it so readily if I thought it would be slower enough to notice. Okay. Okay. Now what? I'm tired today. I've been saying that a lot when I've been streaming. Maybe I need another Hawaii vacation. So, what are our other intrinsics? Well, it wasn't treat preload. Wait, why do we have intrinsic? Did I factor that out a long time ago? Like what? Do we ship that? We should probably make an enum for this. Oh, ha ha. Ha ha. Let's, I see. Someone else did this, and I think, or maybe I did, but let's go back to here. Prefetch. Oh, where does prefetch live right now? Prefetch hint. Wait, what? It's literally that way? Hold on. That contradicts this other comment. We need to look up this instruction. Actually, no, we don't, because it's like, okay, it just depends on, yeah, this is made up by us. Like, I don't understand why you wouldn't make 0, 1, and 2, 0, 1, and 2. All right. Okay. So now we do our search again. And so machine x64. Wait, no. Intrinsic. There we go. So that's in a comment, so that doesn't count. That we can't fix yet. So it's just preload and a print. Yeah, so it's just what's in preload. Good, good, good. Whoops. Could tell that this never, well, maybe it's just very old. Lol. Lol. I'm not taking a Hawaii vacation, but next month I am taking a little bit of a vacation, I think. Prefetch. All right. We gotta. A certain message is still wrong in the prefetch. Oh. We don't need to document it there if there's an actual enum documenting it. So that's fine. I also shouldn't put a new line in there. All right. Great. I'll check that in just because it's little tweaks. And then okay. Now I need to figure out what to do with these. Mem copy, mem comp, mem set. I think we can replace memcopy here. I mean, that's scary, but F it. We'll do that. I think we just replace it. Like, this is a weird one because we actually want to put some effort into it. Like, you kind of want to know so, you know, if count is a fixed size, right, then you can just emit stuff to do the copy of that size, right? Especially if it's small and you don't actually need to loop at all, right? If the count is unknown when you call it, right, then that's a different story. So I feel like we actually kind of want to build this memcopy out a little, but I'm not sure I want to do all that right this second. I would rather do something solid. We have memcopy as an intrinsic. We're deleting all intrinsics. We are deleting all intrinsics. That is literally what we are doing right now. Why did I do that before? If that's the question, is because it's a lot fucking faster to dial into somebody's tuned memcopy. Okay. Anyway. So memcopy. This is a scary one, but okay. Yeah. So we're just going to do a rep stosby. Rep ASM GPR DI GPR A GPR C. Right. So we need dest, just our dest is D, our source GPR equals A. Why is it not S? Why is it A? I need to double check that. Yep. Okay. Wait. That's mem set is rep stosby. Okay. It's rep move, right? Rep move SB. Hold on. Let's check this. Mem copy size. See, if it's sized or not sized, I do different things here. I mean, these actually won't go away as well because we generate these internally, which is why it doesn't say intrinsic here. The intrinsic in this case just like hooks into this. In fact, I have to make sure we don't use memset in a weird way. Anyway, all right, so this. Rep move SB. All right. Yes, and that uses S and D. So we rep move SB. Our dest, our source, counter, right? So we need to go move.q, our dest from dest, move.q, our source, move.q, counter count. Let's say R count, just to R count. It's like R Kelly, but different. So we do that. That's our super dumb. Okay. Are we going to provide mem move? I don't know. Like, I mean, we probably should. It probably won't be at a low level like this. And like this is in a file where it gets exposed to like everyone. But also like I'm unhappy about memcopy versus memmove because like copying memory is so fundamental, and yet already there's this bifurcation in what you have to think about. And memmove is also, it's a terrible name because it implies that the memory leaves the old place, Right. What you really want is memcopy versus memcopy overlapping or whatever, right? In fact, really, memcopy overlapping should probably be the default. And then non-overlapping should be the fast one that you resort to if you know. I don't know. But like, yeah, I'm going to put that down. Wait, rep stosby or rep move single byte is isn't that overlappable? No, not if it okay, yeah. Not if it overlaps on the right hand side. Like you kind of just have to change the order of your copy in that case. Yeah, no, if you try to move a buffer half its own size to the right, this will fail, right? If you move it to the left, it'll be fine. Let's see if that even compiles. Resource mapping value is invalid. It doesn't like S. Oh, D means the, we want DISI, right? Yeah, okay. A matching instruction form was not found. Let's go back there. D-I-S-I-C. D-I-S-I-C. Wait, is that not what? Yeah. It must be the, oh, it's this probably, right? Yeah. Oh, frick. Well, that didn't work. Well, I don't know what to do but step into this. Um, I could put the intrinsic back so I can at least compile things and then make this be a separate ting-tangler. What is my take on the curse of Lisp? You're assuming I even know what that is. I've never heard of that. How much merit do you give to the idea that a language by making programmers too productive could hurt its own success by discouraging? That's garbage. Lisp does not make people very productive. That's trash. If that's what you're saying the curse of Lisp is, that's trash. Absolutely false. When you try to use Lisp, you are doomed to debugging forever. I mean, modern typed Lisps are better. So, like strongly compile time type checked Lisps are better. All right. But like classic, like common Lisp style stuff, trash. Sorry. It was great in 1960 when it was a new idea. 1960X. Today, if you want to program in a Lisp dialect, use typed racket or something like that, right? Is Clojure statically typed? Clojure is dynamic. Okay, so use typed racket or whatever. I don't know. Use something that lets you declare the types. Too many bugs in typed racket. Okay, so but use something. Use something. What I agree. Okay, here's the thing. Here's the thing, guys. There's all this stuff from the old days. Okay, computer science or programming or whatever has never really been scientific. It's always been extremely religious. Oh, Ryan's saying could be a bug with desk source being pointers. Let me back out and go back to the intrinsic here, and I'll just make this a regular user level procedure that's not being used by everyone in the whole system, and then I can just see what the assembly is, right? Anyway, like there are all these tales from the past of things that were amazing and should therefore take over the world, and then when they don't take over the world, there have to be excuses, right? It's like communism. You have to have excuses about why it didn't take over the world, right? There are a lot of really cool, amazing things about Lisp that are way better than C, or like all those stereotypes are true. Like it's a much more heady language than some other languages, right? In certain ways. It's also kind of trashy and terrible in a lot of ways. And the problem comes when you don't admit the degree to which it's trashy and terrible, because then you're putting blinders on that don't let you see why it's not taking over the world, right? So like, you will not use a command line debugger. Well, have fun doing anything on Linux. Anyway, same thing with like the Xerox Alto, right? Everyone's like, oh my God, the Xerox Alto was the most amazing machine ever. And then Steve Jobs came along and stole it to make the Mac. And it's like, okay, kind of, but like the Xerox Alto had many years head start and they failed to succeed because while it was amazing and ahead of its time and did all this great stuff, there was stuff about it that was trashy and bad. And it was too trashy and bad for people to want to use, right? Mainly the performance. If you actually read accounts of its performance, it was a dog. It was a very expensive, slow-ass dog because everything ran in Smalltalk, right? Or whatever. Smalltalk, something like that. So like you just have to admit these things. And if you don't admit these things, you end up in this weird ideological bubble where the world doesn't appear to make sense because you won't admit the things that make the world make sense. You know what I'm saying? Can get a nice TUI and GDB. No, that's completely unusable. Somebody had me turn it on stream a while back and I had to turn it off like instantly. Yeah, so it's true also. Very rarely is anything all bad. So, but you need to see what's good and see what's bad, and that's hard sometimes. But you do your best, and then you try to synthesize those into the next step, where you do something new that takes all the goods and tries something different for the bads. But yeah, like Lisp developed a very insular community of yay sayers and like then slowly died off, right? Because it wasn't actually as good as the people in the community thought. And because, though, that they all agreed that it was the most amazing thing ever, they didn't fix the problems. Okay. Let's put back this intrinsic and make sure that we can still at least do anything. Okay, great. So Ryan, if you wanted to, I guess you probably saw in the email that I sent about the stuff in atomics, but yeah, I added some more notes there at the bottom. I finished everything in atomics. I think it's all checked in. Yeah, there's a couple problems, but for the most part, it went very well. It's just I can't. I mean, if I want to go do compare and swap 16B, I have to go figure out that weird error. Weird because I don't know what it means, right? Okay. Anyway, let's see. Let's call this my mem copy. Array A is 20 U8s. Array B is 20 U8s. 4, 1, 4. Array A. It equals XX it index. All right. Mem copy. Count print array A. Array A. And then, so this is with regular mem copy, and we're just going to make sure that we're just starting slow. We're just going to make sure that works. All right. So that's fine. Now we put my mem copy. It's fine. Okay. Maybe, here's my theory then. Maybe we're mem copying something that is overlapping. And at compile time, right? And the libc mem copy probably just calls memmove in that case, right? It probably fails over to memmove. That's what I would do if I was trying to get people's software to stop crashing. Because it wasn't crashing at compile time, right? It was crashing at runtime. And honestly, we should probably do that too for the default. You know what I'm saying? Haven't I implemented a couple Lisp interpreters? Yeah, I mean, not super serious ones, but yeah. Okay, I bet. So the thing is, because this is in frickin' preload, we don't have a cert or anything. But I bet it's an overlapping copy. How would I detect this from preload? I guess we could make a temporary new runtime support function. Or maybe we don't even need that. Okay, hold on. Let's go back here. Wait, did I? Yeah. Just making sure I printed out the correct array. Okay. Mem copy. Well, let's detect the overlap. So if dest is less than source plus count, or source is less than dest plus count, right? Wait. No. You need to and it because you're off. Okay, so this needs to be and dest is greater than or equal to source minus count. Do we have right string? Yeah. Error overlapping mem copy. Okay. Dang it. That's what I get for making this frickin' C call. Oh, gosh. Gosh. Hold on. I mean, if I make this C call, I make it easier for everyone. I just don't want to randomize, like, who knows what's going to happen. Okay. Let's actually, you know what? This is not what we want anyway. No, you know what? We'll do it. This might be useful for people. We really should just make a thing called no context or something. Oh my God. I remember, I don't want to do this because I remember going through and taking all the C calls off everything. Okay. Well, we didn't detect an error. You know what? Instead of printing, we could just int 3 anyway. Wait, why am I in here? My brain slowed down. Okay. Wouldn't the check to have it fail over to memmove be too expensive for libc to implement? You're introducing a branch and killing your... You're killing your branch prediction if that branch is not predictable. Sure. But who says it's not predictable? Like, look. I have no reason to believe that half calls to memcopy are correct and half are incorrect with equal probability. Anyway, though, this doesn't matter because it doesn't appear to be the problem so far. So how about if I just int 3 there? Right? So we're definitely crashing down here and not up here. That's enough for us. Okay. So we could look at the calling site to see if this tells us anything. Okay, it's non-overlapping. I should have just looked at the calling site. This simply does not overlap at all. This is a very simple thing. Oh, I bet the count is 0. Except no, it's not because we return in that case. But like, don't we have to early out if it's 0? Let me see this. I guess not. Okay. Well, I guess we're just going to run and see where we crash. Except we can't. Because this is a compile time. I mean, okay, I guess I run the full debuggerino. I've never tried to debug an inline assembly crash from compile time execution before. It's a first. It's a first. All right. Okay. Running. Okay. What? We are dying in virtual free for probably the stuff that Ryan added to do inline assembly, yes. So is that because I trashed the memory? Or what? But the calling convention isn't being respected. Oh, right, because I changed it to C call. I mean, maybe. It does, it is a little weird. So are you doing all this stuff and then freeing it when it's done with one call? Because I don't think we want to do that. I think we want to save, like anytime we have inline assembly, I think we want to save that around and just reuse it. Because it looks like a lot of overhead to do things that we want to do, right? Is there like a reason why you have to free it? I mean, aside from maybe running out of size, but for all the inline assembly nuggets that we've done so far. Oh, also, I mean, we could just keep outputting inline assembly to one contiguous. There's no reason to have it be extra contiguous regions for everybody. So we could just keep growing one region of memory for that if we wanted to. Or use a chunked allocator, really anything. Doesn't matter. Could probably cache it. Yeah, we probably should. Like if we just had one buffer that keeps growing and all the inline assembly goes in there, then there's no question about caching the assembly itself. It's just like, what's the target address? Store that somewhere, and then we just use it from then on. Most of the code doesn't run. Yeah, it's just like doing a virtual alloc and a virtual free for like atomic increment is really, it's, now, all that said, all of this concern will go away because at some point in the future, I assume that we actually run machine code on the host, although then I really don't know how we debug. But maybe there'll be a way to do that. Maybe it won't be that bad. Maybe people can just attach to the process and it's fine. But that might be a long time from now, is all. Something you mentioned above in the big comment. Yeah. You can't actually, compiling all ASM up front before running anything is just not possible because you can generate new code that has new assembly or that it calls old polymorphic functions with new arguments that generates, it's simply not possible to do that. I mean, you could sort of do it in batches, like compile everything we know about. But even that doesn't make that much sense because we have lazy compilation on modules. And so you don't really know what's in the body of any procedure that nobody has ever decided to call in that case. So that doesn't seem like a likely solution. But I'm not really that worried about this problem. especially if we keep it around. Yeah, it doesn't have to be writing everything, but like if we, yeah. Okay. Anyway. What should I do here? There's sort of two separate problems. One problem is maybe this is crashing because of the calling convention, and if not, who knows what's going on. Number two is I really don't want to make this C call anyway. It might be time to add a flag for like no context or something, because like the reason I'm saying C call is so that you don't need to have a context to call it, so you could call it from C, right? But like really, if you just say no context, and I think there is a flag for that already. You might actually be able to say that already. But then you could call it from C, but it doesn't dictate the calling convention, right? So maybe I just do that for now, and then we have more control over figuring this out. Because, so who is trying to call this? Element duplicate, which, like, honestly, I don't know why we still have that. But there it is. That gets called from inside the compiler when you make a big array of structs or something, right? So it instantiates the first struct, and then it calls this to like splat it out. But this is not even that smart. You would want to like double every time or something. Anyway, why is this C call? It probably shouldn't have to be. So we could maybe fix that. I could also just let you push null as a context. Oh, except that'll, that's actually not good. Actually not good. Check the generated code first. That might be hard, honestly. Actually, okay, no, that's not hard, because we can just go here. And, oh, hold on, I got to put it back. Whoops, no, it was put back. What's going on? Oh, this is a C call thing. We're erroring out. Okay, step in. Oh. Okay, well, I can't do that, I guess. So we have to go here and F11. Okay, so here we go. There's a bunch of junk code at the beginning. So this is x64, so it's even more verbose in terms of preamble and whatever. All right. We're storing B, D, and S. We're loading A, D, and B, and then straight away putting those into other registers, because this is loading the okay, I'll show the people what's happening. So what's happening here is we want to load these values, desc, source, and count, but we don't have a way yet to say that these parameters should be in particular registers. So we declare things in particular registers and then move those over. So that's what this is. Are SD or C supposed to be preserved in C call? I could preserve them manually. So we do a rep move S. Wait, what is this? What? Wait, what? Okay. No, the end here thinks RCX is something meaningful, but it's not. Is RCX in C call supposed to point at stack or something? C is the pointer to the bytecode regs. I see. So yeah, it's just, okay, so we used C. So I could get around this temporarily by doing the following. C storage is U64 move.q C storage R count, right? And then move.q R count C storage. It's rocket science. Okay, C resource not found. Hey! We just compiled a 100,000 line game with that horrible ass hack in the middle of memcopy. That's computers, everybody. The difference between what we do and what a lot of people do is we will make this better. A lot of people don't ever make it better. They do what I just did and said, good, check it off. We're agile. Yeah. No, that's a little bit of an exaggeration, but not that much. I mean, just look at Microsoft console. All right, I'm going to make some warm tea water. And okay, I'm just going to put an incomplete here. Incomplete. We have to stash RCX into C storage and then get it back because to work around a bug in the register management thinger. I don't know. Okay. Yes, let me warm up the water. The water. me check. Do I have a no context in the parser? Nope. So okay. Okay. We're back. Well, wait. We're back. Wait. We're back. Okay. Okay. So, I mean, I can just do this super dumb for memcopy. I'm a little bit worried, actually. I'm going to leave memcopy here commented out. And the thing is, I'm worried about compile time performance if we're doing virtual Alex and freeze. Because like there could be tight loops with mem copies in them and stuff, right? And I just don't want to nuke people that way at compile time. But what I could do is just one by one write these and sort of have them ready to go. Wait, we got rid of compare and swap returning value. So this can just go away. Hold on. Hold on. I didn't ever take those gains. Did I? Oh, I did. Okay. It's just if somebody had called that, they would be like, this intrinsic does not exist. I'm glad you liked the video. Glad you liked the video. Okay. I mean, memcomp and memset are going to be literally the same thing as this for now, but with a couple characters different. So I think I'm going to chill on changing them as well. Because, you know, as we work out some of these things, then we can just do this slimmer version down here. The Fat Boy Slim version. Okay. So maybe that's it. Oh, debug break. Okay. I think I want to put this in modules compiler, and I want to say if we're running at compiler time, like instead of making it an intrinsic, we can say, hey, if we're running at compile time, do a special thing. Otherwise, int 3. Right? I think that's pretty good. Let's just run all the tests. I want to check this in to have a clean slate to work from. The clean slate. The clean slate. Yeah. Yeah, C-call means that when we build the procedure, we build it to expect the C-calling convention, right? So it expects the parameters to be set up a certain way. It expects to have to preserve certain registers and so forth. I mean, it's actually really complicated. Like in that way that nobody ever makes anything simpler, the C calling convention is a giant pain in the butt now. Especially if you're talking about C++, that's like a whole situation. Oh my God. Yeah, if you ever make an API that you want people to be able to use, like from other languages and stuff, do not write it in C++, or if you do, have some C calling convention hooks that people call as the external API, because holy crap, dude, calling into C++, even if some language supports it, which I bet most wouldn't, you're asking for bugs and trouble and stuff. It's nutty. Like the reason it's so nutty is you have to know in your other programming language what C++ considers to be a plain old data type and what it considers not to be, right? And that has to be like in your type system somehow, or in your, like it's basically completely fucked. Yeah, don't even think about, like, template API is right out. That is never going to be usable from another programming language, right? But even if it's not a template API, like, you're kind of hosed. You think C++ has an API? I'm just saying it's horrible. I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I'm saying it's fucking horrible. Most languages don't have an ABI. Well, that is why LSP exists, because people don't understand computers. Does this language have an ABI? Right now, it's inconsistent. So we sort of picked a relatively simple ABI for the x64 backend. LLVM backend, it just uses C calling convention right now, which is also one of our console partners. When we shipped this game on a console, they were like, we want you to use the C calling convention, because they have tools that look at that, right? But I don't want to use C calling convention for various reasons. Not least of which is you're actually like a lot more secure if you do this thing where the stack is in a different place from your data. And we might do that by default. I don't know. Like your control stack, right? Because one of the most basic injection attacks is to like overflow your stack with a jump, right? To, or you know, an address that you return to somewhere else. And like, that's just not possible if you don't put data and control in the same place. So that's sort of a reason to do that. Among other reasons. So, but the thing is, we just haven't thought very hard about what our calling convention is. So it's just sort of arbitrary right now, but we will finalize it at some point in the future. Okay. I was gonna check in. Okay. Yeah, so there's the mem copy. I deleted that, and I typo fixed my name from 3 years ago. GG's. All right. So things are looking good. Okay, debug break. Let's just, first step, we'll put this in compiler. And we'll see who complains about that. Runtime support uses it. That's fine. You know what? That's fine, actually. This is fine. Except, how do we know? How do we know if we're running at compile time? I forgot. There was a way to do it. There used to be a running at compile time directive, and I removed it because I was like, that's redundant with this other thing. It was like getting the, what was it? I'm not seeing anything that's jogging my memory on that. There's just so many things to remember. Aha. Let's see. Oops. Okay, running at compile time. Yes, this has a compiler substitute that returns true, basically. So maybe I just want to move this out of basic down here. And then debug break can use it. Actually, in runtime support, we can do this. Problem is it legal to have more than one of these? Okay. So here, first we try putting that there and we see what happens. Great. Great. How often do I comb over or address my comments? Not very often. Sometimes. Sometimes. Okay, cool. Now, runtime support can see everything here. Does anyone... So let's put this here and say runtime support. Okay. So now in runtime support, we're going to say, let's just put it up here. Why not? Debug break. If running at compile time, else we do something else. Well, this is ASM int 3. GG's. So right now we will not do anything if we're running at compile time. And nobody's using this yet unless there's a problem. Am I going to play some Back for Blood? I saw some people playing it on a stream. And it just looked like Left 4 Dead 2 expansion pack, but actually worse because it didn't have any personality. It just felt so dated. Like some stuff about Left 4 Dead 2 felt really dated even when it came out, but I don't know. It felt like an indie game clone of Left 4 Dead, but I mean I haven't played it, so maybe it's better. Also, the thing about shrinking the zone a la a battle royale just seems so forced and gross. Like, what? Why did you do that? There are so many better things to do than that. Anyway. It's okay, though, because there's 27 other Left 4 Dead clones coming out in the next 2 years, so I'll have something to play. Designed by committee? I don't think it's even that. It's just when you don't have any ideas. Whether it's committee or not, like some people just don't have ideas. Why are Left 4 Dead clones coming out all of a sudden? I do not know. I really thought the Left 4 Dead games were pretty good. I had a really good idea for what I would have done at that time. If I wanted to make a Left 4 Dead style game, it still would be good because nobody's done it. But they tried a new idea called Evolve and that kind of tanked. Well, did it have any ideas in it, or was it just a game? That's like, I don't know anything about it, so I really can't say. Where do ideas come from? They are magic. They come from another dimension. What do I think about emoji code? I'm sure it is completely uninteresting. Okay, so I need to do something here. We're going to introduce a new thing called compile time debug break. And we're just going to call that. Okay. Actually, I wonder if this breaks. I'm not going to risk that. I feel like there might be a bug there. Oh, I did that. Break Barack Obama. Okay. So, yeah, I need to make this thing. Running at okay. Well, we already had debug break though, right? Intrinsic. Well, anyway. Okay, so interp.cpp at compile time. Why did I do that? Yeah, I gave up on that pretty quick. Compile time, debug break. Did I really name it that? Compile time, debug break. All right, cool. I think I can just do this here. right. Compile time debug break. Yep. Compiler. Dude, type. Learn to type. Make BC debugger. I shouldn't do this at all, actually. Okay. Because I think that was a hack that I added later. Maybe not. Any advice for new programmers? Get good. Is debug break inlined or does it create another stack frame? You could call it inlined if you wanted. Hot cinnamon spice. It's still the best tea. I don't know what to say. It's been the best tea for years. Okay, so I am worried about this now. Here's what I should do is not do this here. I can do this here. Let's try this. All right. I feel better about that. So I'm going to run all this, and that'll be fine. And then I could try actually using the new debug break function. In fact, I could delete intrinsic debug break. Bam, bam, bam. Bam, bam. This is, you know, a little bit getting ahead of myself because I haven't tested it yet, but it's just like, look, I have confidence it'll work. So, you know, that didn't give us big gains, but it's again getting rid of intrinsics, and that's better in the sense, like, we still have a compiler. The intrinsic was a compiler routine. We still have a different compiler routine, but the difference is now you can see what it does when it's compiled into your program by just looking here, right? So that's It's just better. And you can make your own version and whatever. Like, yeah. Okay. So now I just want to try some debug breaks, both well, let's check just regular compiled code. We'll go into Sokoban and we'll debug break right here. All right, so we'll compile that and we'll just run it outside the debugger. And it's like, hey, you got to attach. You got to attach. All right, so then we attach, and of course, it doesn't pop up. And there we go, int3. So that's great. So now we have to test it at compile time. So we'll go into the meta program, and when we get a complete message, we'll debug break. There we go. Attempt to evaluate an unknown. See, good thing we tested this. Did I not build? I didn't build the release compiler. That's why, guys. All right. Boom. Errors on workspace 2. That's because we debug broke and didn't say. So if I say dash debug, there we go. So now it dropped me into the bytecode debugger, and I can go like, where are we? And, you know, I can actually continue, etc. So GG's, that worked. Let me run all the tests again in LLVM. And x64, but I think we're good. And we can check that in. Do I have a basic concept in my head when I write a function call that isn't actually implemented yet? I mean, maybe that's a thing that gets better when you've done more programming, but like most functions that I want to write, I'm not worried about how to do it. I just know I want to do a particular thing. I've done a lot of things like that before. You know, I might change my mind in the middle. How's the best way to do it or whatever, but it's like, it's just not that hard, right? Why did that stall? I think we still have a race condition in the compiler somewhere. Oh, we ran too many threads, I think, too. But I do think there is a little bit of a race condition still. That's a custom debugger. It's just a little thing that is built because, you know, during compile time right now, we run bytecode in a bytecode interpreter, and like you can't really attach a debugger to that and get anything meaningful, right? And so what this is like, okay, until the day when we're actually running native code there, which will be a lot faster and stuff, until that's turned on, We just give you a way to see what's up if you write compile time code that crashes or something, right? Yeah. Debugger does not have very many commands right now, but it's still a lot better than you know nothing about why it's crashing, right? I mean, you can always do printf debugging or whatever, but yeah. Whoops, I did the wrong one. Let's do that one. Okay. Commit debug break is no longer an intrinsic. Bam. Ah, okay. Well, we like it when other people work on the compiler. Oh. Look at all those changes. Wait, was that me? Was that my laptop or was that someone else? Let's see. Oh. Oh, hey. That's fast. Remove explicit binding requirement. I'm going to have to talk to Ryan about how this works. Are you still on, Ryan? Do you want to explain to me what I do there now? I mean, it looked like a lot of those maybe he did some examples, because it looked like, like machine x64 is edited and stuff. Oh, by explicit binding. Okay, I see. This is just getting rid of the variable names. Got it. I thought you meant these bindings, the general purpose register bindings, but it meant this. That's great. That makes a lot of things easier. Like it just removes a little bit of friction that happens. Hopefully there aren't weird ambiguities. But yeah, we'll see. Super good, super good. So that might be everything. I could start trying to look at this comp exchange thing. And at the very least, it'll be like me understanding the inline assembly system more, which would be good. Anyway, so if I go here, no, not there, atomics. This one, no, not that one. This one gives me some kind of constraint problem. So I think that was on intrinsics. Oh, I should run debug anyway. Debug anyway. The error is from LLVM. Oh, I didn't know that. So wait, so you're saying if I do x64, it won't happen. Okay, wait, where's the... Let's see. So... couldn't allocate output register. I see. Yeah, I assumed that it came from the new stuff, but of course, LLVM is classically unhelpful, right? You have all this really slow, cumbersome API where it takes you a million steps to do anything. And in return for all that work, you don't get any debugging or helpful errors or anything. So it's great. It's the nega best of all worlds. All right, so let's see if we can understand something about this. I also haven't looked at any of the inline assembly integration with the LLVM backend, so I really don't know what to think about this. All right, tests, features, intrinsics, and I think we still have the only way I can really debug an see, their assert just exits. Like they wrote their own assert that is worse than the regular Windows assert. So like you have to like step into your program. You have to set a new break. Wait, I have a breakpoint in underscore exit. It's not even working. It's like they're exiting in a different way. Oh my God. This is when I want to fire everybody who ever worked on LLVM in their entire life. Like how do I know even where this is happening? Holy. I mean, I could start stepping at that particular inline assembly. There might be just like an error report function that I can set a breakpoint at, but they shouldn't force you to like farm esoteric LLVM facts in order to debug a basic it's so infuriating. Process 22235. Yeah. So helpful. Oh my God, dude. They're just so fired. Just like do a fucking int3. How hard is that? Like, how is the process exiting? Like, maybe it's abort. Let's guess how the process is exiting. Is it exiting below the error in the stack or is it not? I don't know. Abort, maybe? Let's play all the game. No, nope, that's not how. I might not have the patience to do this anymore tonight. This is about to make my blood boil at 3 million degrees. This is like exactly what makes programmers' lives terrible, and there's absolutely no reason for it, except that the people doing this are jackasses. That's like literally the only reason. I don't know what they're thinking. It's absurd, dude. Try exit process. I don't think I can break an exit process, but let's see. See, I've tried this before. Like every 18 months, I go through like, let's try 17 different things of how the process could be exiting. Can I break there? Maybe. Let's see. Source not available. Okay, but we at least are there. Okay. Good suggestion. Okay, so here's the problem also is this error doesn't happen until you say lower to obj, which is not when you actually do the thing, right? And so now you have to like debug action at a distance. Well, I'm canceling the programming language now because I don't want to do this. LLVM killed my programming language. Oh, look at this. Look at this. All right. I mean, we could try turning on the validation pass question mark. I literally never know what to do. There's no documentation. Nobody cares. And it's 20 times more complicated than it should be. What's it? It's not called validate. What is it called? Verifier. One of these days I'll remember that fact. I feel like it doesn't seem to catch a lot of things that we care about. Nope, we're back in exit process. Oh, I guess this is it's using exit, but exit doesn't call underscore exit all the time, which I thought it did. Okay, well, maybe it's LLVM's exit. I don't know. Source not available. Why not? I also don't understand that. We compiled it from source here, so like something is messing up that. Like that's the thing is now I need to look at source and I don't know why I can't. It's the only way I'm going to figure it out. LLVM context set diagnostic handler callback. But this isn't. Oh, does that get called from diagnose? It's just going to print the message that went out here, right? Or would it somehow give me anything more? I mean, see now, yeah, now I am 2 problems away from what I want to be solving, right? I want to be doing this compare and swap implementation. I can't because of this bug, so I have to fix the bug. But then I can't even do that because I can't get the information to fix the bug. Like, this is what kills productivity. Dead. Can I just start deleting code till it works? No, because it's in the inline assembly, I guess. Oh, we can just start looking at this. I guess. I also don't, is there just a way, like what's confusing me also is in the past, when Visual Studio can't find source code, it would say, hey, point me at where the source code is. And like, it's not giving me that option. So now I have I have 3 degrees of separation of, well, I guess it's sort of 2.5 because it's working on the problem of getting the information. But I'm like, how do I get Visual Studio to get me to ask me where source code is, right? Which may or may not be a solution to the other. It's just a disaster, guys. Are these grayed out because they don't match? Source information is missing from the debug information for this module, I guess. But I guess it doesn't know what file it is at all. I guess that's what's happening. Why is source information missing from the debug information for this module? Why is that? Is it because we link release LLVM? Because debug LLVM is way too slow to actually use. Yes, probably. So maybe I have to switch to debug LLVM. I think we should compile release LLVM at least with line number info or something. Rel with debug info. Yeah, that's what we should be using, but I guess we are not. The thing is, I don't know if we have that available. My tolerance for this kind of thing is so low that, right, okay, so I guess we have this. Question is, can I just use, is this magically going to work? Let's see. How is Babby formed? Like it makes me, because I hate this stuff so much, we are using rel with debug info. Oh, rel with debug info and debug CRT. And it still somehow doesn't have debug info. I believe I compiled this on vacation in Hawaii. The date stamp seems to indicate that. So maybe I goofed when I did that, but yeah, I don't know. It took a very long time to compile. I don't remember, but it was on my laptop, and it would take like a very long time to compile and then fail at the end, right? Or in the middle. It was very frustrating. It took days to get it to compile. It was insane. Try to debug x64. We could try it. I mean, the thing is, it's so painfully slow. We might be sitting here for an hour. Like, it's debug LLVM just doesn't work except for toy programs. All right, so now the problem is, like, I need to record this somewhere. Well, I guess I could type it back in. So this is debug underscore x64 / include. Of course, you can't just change one thing. So we have to go own the libs, right? Where is that? It's here. Like, and then I'm gonna have to go change all this back later or revert my project file. Okay, hopefully that's the only things that I need to do. Probably, who knows? Like, it's actually important. Performance of the debug version of your program is important, right? It's not just performance of your release build. Like, it's totally fine for debug build to be slower than release build, but it at least has to be within kind of the same envelope. Okay, I don't really like what I'm seeing here. Linking object as if no debug info. PDB LLVM ARM code gen was not found in, because it's in debug lib. Oh, is that the problem? Wait. There's no PDBs. Guys, I literally just ran the installer, like the make file that comes with LLVM. They throw away the PDB files, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, F. This is a serious F. Sending Chandler Carruth a hate tweet. No, it is. Yeah. I'm gonna see if somebody can handle this. This is too many degrees of loss away from the original problem. So I'm gonna try to distribute the load a little bit. It also, it's probably a good idea to think about upgrading LLVM, quote unquote. I don't think we want to go to a newer major version though. It's up to 13. Oh, that's a lucky number. But whatever the best minor version of LLVM. Current version. Because it just keeps getting slower. I know it's not 11.0.0. They released at least 01. LVM download page 12, 11, 1101. 1110. Okay. Let's see the release notes. Not found. Great. It's exactly what I expect. Documentation not found. 1101. I don't know. Literally everything about LLVM is like this. So LLVM 12 stalled several programming languages progress. Yeah, I heard bad things. I don't want to go there. Is 1110 important? I don't know. Like this one links to 1100. Do they just combine the release notes? How do I know what's in 0001 and 10? I don't. Or maybe it's not here. Yeah. All right. Well, I'm just going to send someone an email. I'm going to say, because debugging this is going to be hard if we cannot do this. Okay, so I'm going to send an email where I say, but there is an LVM 11.1.0, though the release notes point to a broken link. But it turns out when I compiled LVM 11.0.0 for Windows, the PDB files were lost because the installation doesn't copy them over even for debug builds, ? Let me just make sure before I say that, right? So star.pdb, nothing. Or maybe I made some basic mistake. In any case, we cannot debug LVM, the LVM backend right now. And this is a problem because we're trying to diagnose something that is going on with inline assembly with no visibility into it. I am dead in the water. So there are a few reasons to update, not least of which is to harmonize the version between Linux and Windows. And hey, also to get whatever bug fixes they put in. Is this something you can do? Last time I did it, I had a very painful time, and am hoping someone else can give it a try this time and maybe get luckier. Okay. So at the very least, we need to compile to get new PDBs, and if doing that, might as well bump the version. Okay, so we'll see what he thinks of that. Okay. 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 Great. So I'm just going to revert my project file here. We might be done for tonight, honestly. I don't know. It's 10 p.m. I'm a little bit not in the mood to deal with anything. Oh, we didn't try the verifier pass. Let's see what happens if we run the verifier pass. Nothing special happened. All right, great. Or get any new bugs they put in. That is true. If they specify -Z7. Oh, right. Okay, that's a good point. Although someone in chat just mentioned that if the LVM build uses -Z7, then the debug info is supposed to be in the lib files without separate PDBs. So maybe that is happening, but when I try to debug in Visual Studio, it just doesn't know where the source files are or even what their names are. I think when it knows file names but can't find them, it lets you pop open a dialog box to tell it. So maybe the task is to figure out the preliminary task is to investigate why Visual Studio can't find symbols and may or may not be that debug info is not present in those libraries. Okay. Yeah. Could I edit them? I mean, I'm sure I could do something, right? Or they might have even fixed it in the later version. Whatever. I am not in the mood to deal with that kind of garbage right now. I'm hoping that somebody with more of a tolerance will want to do that. I am literally the worst person in the world. No, that's not true, but I am less efficient at this kind of thing than other people because I hate it so much. It makes me so angry. Yeah, a bunch of languages use LLVM for backend stuff now. Like dealing with ISPs. Like just some things are, they're so much worse than they should be, obviously, in a way that just makes everything harder for you, and it's completely unnecessary, or 99% completely unnecessary, and it would take very little effort to fix, and yet nobody gives a shit, right? Like those things, they're so costly, right? That's why I'm spending so much time on this programming language, is these things are so costly. You can remove so much friction by getting rid of them. And just there's so little interest in doing that. I don't understand. I seriously don't understand why nobody cares. Yeah, doing the compilation to assembly yourself, or there are some other backends that are not as mature or maybe don't handle as much stuff. Am I working on the language alone? No, there are 2 other people working on it right now. And that is very good. It is accelerating progress substantially, which is great. It is great. Okay. Is the failed allocate message from LLVM? Yeah. Yeah, we can see the stack. I mean, I closed Visual Studio, but if I open it and rebuild, we can see the stack. We just can't see the source. So it doesn't like something in the inline assembly, but we have no idea what. Maybe Ryan would be able to debug it on Linux, maybe. I don't know. Will I open source it when it is stable? I don't know. Like, another question is, how do I get... I mean, the crass thing to say is, how do I get compensated for 7 years of hard work and paying other people to work on this, right? There's no obvious answer to that question, right? I mean, maybe we'll do something with it. But like, I don't know. Like at some level, it has to be open sourced eventually, right? Because people aren't going to be able to use it as a serious programming language if they don't have source for it, right? So that's just a basic constraint. But at the same time, the attitude that people have really bothers me. Like when you've worked for so hard for so long on something, like the gimme, gimme, gimme attitude is kind of obnoxious. So it just, I don't know. I don't know, man. It is what it is. Maybe there's a hidden motive to keep things obscure and difficult. I don't think so, though. I think people just don't see the damage that it does. Or they're suffering themselves from different versions of that damage so much that they can barely get things done. And they feel like they're fighting fires too much to actually go do these things, right? Or something. Could you sell source licenses? Maybe. The thing is, okay, there's a chicken and egg problem where like you need the language to get popular before people probably really feel comfortable using it and want to buy a source license, right? So I don't know. Like we just have to figure something out. We have to like sell NFTs or something. Provide paid consulting support. I mean, like maybe. It's just that hasn't really worked in the open source. Like, look, in the open source world, people who try to do that to make money, I don't know. I mean, I guess Red Hat is pretty big, but like, they're pretty big. But like, I guess that could work. I don't know. I don't know. We need to figure it out. We need to look at that and figure it out. By the way, I went by, is it Red Hat that has an office in, who is it? There's some open source company that has an office in Raleigh, North Carolina, like right downtown. Who, let's see if we could find it on Google Maps. Like I was staying in a hotel that was, let me get my bearings here. Um, this looks like it has, so I was there in the smack in the middle of COVID, so everything was like shut down. Um, what am I looking at? So I think this is sort of like the main, or no, this is the main strip here. Anyway, there's like some bridge. Wait, no. This is the wrong part of town. I went to, okay, never mind. Hold on. This is I've been to Sir Walter Coffee a bunch of times. I like Sir Walter Coffee. Where is it? Here. Maybe. Question mark? Question mark? Seems plausible. Seems plausible. Why don't I just search for like Red Hat or something? We'll see if it's here. Yeah, okay. So, yes, I don't know why it zoomed me all the way out when there was run right here. Anyway, people, the thing that I've been trying to get to this whole time is like Red Hat. I remembered it as being way more over here, but that's just memory playing with me. Okay. I looked in the window of Red Hat. It was closed, right? Because COVID. I don't remember it being right next to Sir Walter Coffee. I'm wondering if there's some other open source company. Anyway, you look in there and there's these tiny, tiny desk stations that are like crammed close to each other. It's actually just like Stripe, which is also like, you couldn't even do this without touching two people next to you on the shoulders. Right? The way the desks are all laid out. And it's just like cramming fucking people in there. Stripe is the same way, by the way. Like, at least in the old, I don't know, they're moving to a new headquarters, and so maybe they have more space and don't pack people in as much, but like, it's just like, holy shit, dude. Like, I was like, is this actually the new normal for so-called tech companies? Is that like, this is how much space you get? And by the way, double-sided, right? So it's like row of desks with people like this close, and then on the other side, the same thing facing the middle. And there's a monitor between you and two monitors between you and the other side. But like, it's not just open. Like, we run an open office. I'm not sure it's a good idea, but we do. But it's like, it's an open office where everybody has a decent amount of space. This is just like, you don't get any space. Had call centers like that. Yeah, it didn't look like a call center. It just looked like regular like PC stations. Although, no, again, I couldn't tell because nobody was working there. The building was shut down, right, for COVID. Can I briefly describe the technology Google uses for maps? No, because A, I don't know anything about Google Maps. B, most of it is not technology. All right, sorry. Most of what most so-called tech companies do is not technology. And so Google has some parts that are horribly cramped. Yeah, that's too bad. It's just so weird. Like when I got started in software, like people had cubicles, right? Didn't they have cubicles in Office Space too? Like people would complain about how dreary cubicles are or something. But if you go back to that, you live like a king in that cubicle compared to what a lot of these companies have now. It's nuts. In your experience, there's plenty of room. It might be office dependent. Yeah, I don't know. I was in like the Google Shoreline campus for something. I don't even remember what for. It was a really long time ago. It seemed normal. What was I there for? I can't even tell you now. Is this only no? This is in North Carolina that I saw this. There's like no rent problems in North Carolina. Like you can rent a building in Raleigh for not that much probably. Um, yeah, we at our office we don't have cubicles, but everybody gets like we rent more space than we need by far. Um, and in terms of people's personal space, they get uh, so these desks I have here the same desk that we have at the office, and it's 70 inches across, and it's so that's about 6 feet. We'll call it 6 feet across, and then it's like almost 3 feet deep probably, and everybody has at least as much space as you know, two of these desks set up in a square, like by the corner. So it's like everybody has at least 6 feet by 6 feet, but probably more than that. Like most people have more than that, and people who don't sort of chose to not have that. Um, Although I guess I can almost reach 6 feet. Um, and actually, no, people have more than that because, yeah, I don't know. No, 6 feet by 6 feet would actually seem pretty small to me. If I like literally had another person right there and it was, yeah. Yeah, 6 feet by 6 feet is actually no. What am I saying? It's 6 feet plus the extra 3 feet. That's why I brought that in. So it's like at least 9 by something. Let me click on the Bungie's office pic. I've also been in Bungie's office very briefly, or maybe just the reception area. Um, yeah, I'm not gonna lie, that looks a little too cramped. Um, I think they're still in the same building as Rad Game Tools. Looks a little too densely occupied. I bet it's very warm in there. Um, Also, this is not like Bungie has way more people than this, so this is probably just one portion, right? I also don't know when this was taken. I mean, I guess it's sometime during Destiny, right? If I got pictures of our office, I don't. Um, Not right now. Our office is not that. It's only occupied by like 8 to 12 people, so the number of people who are in our office is like a small area. It's like this part of this photo. And then we have more people who are remote. Right now, everybody's remote. Um, they do have nice high ceilings. That's good. Helps the warm air escape all the monitors. Yeah, this like there's just something about okay. The worst thing about this layout, aside from that it's too dense, is that people's space is a line. It's not like an area, right? So like these guys over here, it's like they have this line, and then there's probably people walking behind them all the time or whatever. And you know, you have your next door neighbor person. There's like nothing between you. There's like, you know, you should at least have like a little side desk or side table between these two guys that they could put stuff on, have a little bit of separation, even if it's, you know, and that takes some space, but it doesn't take that much space. Yeah, no privacy whatsoever. Like if you had a little desk in between, you could put little shades on it, right? Or a lamp, whatever. You can put things on it. And that at least starts to approximate like a cubicle because you've got two sides, right? But this like one side thing is, ugh, I don't like it, right? Yeah, people walking behind drives you nuts totally. But that's going to be happening all the time in this layout as well. Like, it's fine if it's far enough behind you. I mean, at least some of this is so like this is a walking aisle here diagonally, and there's nobody standing in that aisle facing in. It's like here, it's like people are in this space facing out. So that's sensible. But like here, this totally looks like a walking aisle, right? And there's guys just, these are the low ranking guys or something. And then there's people on this. Look at this. There's monitors here, right? So maybe it's not really a trafficked aisle. Maybe it's just more like a space. Maybe I'm reading it wrong. I don't know. But it looks wide enough that people traffic through it. These guys, they're sitting really close to each other back to back. That's also uncomfortable. They're staggered, but then this looks like somebody sits here too, and they're just not there right now. This picture looks like there's a guy who sits right here, but they had him move and took his chair out because they didn't want it to look too crowded, right? But this is definitely where somebody works. Isn't it like this is like a artist monitor of some kind, like one of those, this is one of these. And then this is another monitor. It's just like they just took away the chair and the person sitting there. And they told this guy, we'll leave your chair because we want to explain the monitors, but just get up so there's not that many people right in the middle, right? Or like we could see your bald spot if you sit there, move. You can say, oh, there is a chair. It's right there. Oh, you're right. It's ghost chair blending into the background. It's also pretty dark in here. You can tell by the exposure levels. Anyway, though, this is still more space than the stripe style, red hat style. It's just a little bit more because this has like a bunch of monitors and stuff. The stripe hat, red hat style has like one or maybe two, right? And they're a little smaller. So it's like, imagine if you took away 1/3 of the monitors and then compacted it. The acoustics must be horrible. Maybe. It depends on what the material is on the ceiling, partially. Um, like this, all this stuff in the main room is actually going to break up sound. And there's a lot of PC fans going, making background noise and stuff. So that part's actually not that bad. Um, I would worry more about the heat. Although I don't think, I think I was only in Bungie reception, and this was back when I was there. I guess they were working on Destiny 1, but it hadn't been announced. So like they wanted people to sign an NDA to even go past reception into the back, right? Maybe they do that always, but I was like, yeah, no, I'm just here. I guess we were meeting Chris Butcher for lunch or something like that. Because like Bungie and Rad were in the same building. Maybe they still are. They're on different floors. I don't know. The open spaces to deter any Blizzard-like incidents. Well, I hardly see any women in this photo. I'm just going to say that. It's like one. I mean, you kind of can't tell due to low image quality and distance and stuff, but like, okay. Like, it doesn't look like a particularly gender balanced work environment. I'm just going to say that. I mean, that's not surprising, right? It's a video game company. It's very hard to get gender balance in a video game company. But it sticks out in this photo, right? Yeah. So how old is this picture, whoever linked it? Is this very recent, or is it like, I don't know if Vex is like from Destiny 1 or 2. I don't know what this is. All right, you can tell that I'm not in the mood to work anymore tonight. So I think I'm going to do bedtime soon. Are there any technical questions about the compiler or what we were doing tonight or anything like that? No, Tarkov, it takes a lot of time and energy, and I just really want to put that into getting stuff done, you know? Like, I like Tarkov in some ways and I don't like it in other ways. And it's just, uh, you know, like I wanted to play it a little bit at the beginning of the wipe. I sort of planned to play it more than I did, but then I was like, you know what? This is enough. Yeah, the new game is in the new language. Yes. It's 100,000 lines plus, which is, this would be more than 100. So it's 165 if you count blank lines and comments, right? And then, that's the equivalent of a substantially bigger C++ program because we have better features and we don't have header files. And those things combine to make your program smaller. So, it's probably the equivalent of a 250,000 line C++ program or something, or 220. I don't legit know. I haven't done enough size comparisons. It's hard to do really good size comparisons because to write the same program idiomatically in two different languages is really not that easy. And then there's a lot of argument about what idiomatic C++ is anyway, because there's so many different styles of C++. 2014, 2015. Okay. How do you write a game in a language that's being actively developed? It actually wasn't that hard. I expected it to be harder than it was. You just make sure that you test the compiler and you make sure that you fix problems that are blocking people. And you make sure that your software engineering techniques are pretty good. You make sure that when you write things, they're not super buggy and have problems all the time and whatever, right? What linker are we using? We're using, LLD right here for the game. In Windows, by default, we use the Microsoft linker. We're just using LLD here sort of as a test. This is being run from our meta program. You can tell the compiler, you shouldn't link, I want to link, and then your program can link. And so we're doing that, and we're using a different linker as a test that is the case. I also think it's probably slightly faster. Please toss you to another streamer. We can try to do a raid. We used to do raids all the time, and then I got tired of low quality raids, but we'll see. We'll see who's up. How far along is Sokoban? Oh, it's hard to say. We don't have a scheduled release date for it yet. That's just not how I do these. However, we are pretty close. We are maybe a couple weeks of work from our first playable milestone, which is where the game could plausibly be given to somebody who hasn't played it before and they could play it and kind of have a time. I don't think we're going to do that with an outside person, but, it's significant progress. Ow. I just poked my foot into something sharp. That was not good. What should a percentage of seniors versus juniors be in a 50 plus people IT company? I don't know what an IT company is. That sounds like a boring company. I don't consider my company to be an IT company. It depends what the company does, honestly. And depends on how good the seniors are. Depends if the juniors are good and just not experienced versus not actually good, right? Like hiring policy determines these things. And I speak from experience because our hiring policy was not as good as it needed to be for a while. And we made some mistakes and when I made those mistakes, I was always like, let's just give this person a benefit of the doubt and just work with them for a long time and try to make things better. And that just doesn't work out usually. I mean, if it does work, you tend to see the progress, right? And so if you try that and you don't see the progress, it's time to cut it loose, man, because it's poisonous. Like if you have, somebody who's being an active negative influence, that kind of poisons the rest of the team. People are like, why should I work hard when that person is a goofball and whatever? It's bad. Or like, you have personality conflicts all the time. You just need to take care of that stuff. How do you organize your progress and have a clear goal of what should be done? I mean, for a game, you know what the game's supposed to be in the end, right? So for me, I don't keep a big giant list of everything we have to do because you can just look at the game and know what we have to do, right? So it's more like part of my role as project director is to, broadly speaking, at any time decide kind of what makes sense for us to do now versus kind of what makes sense to do later. And so I always have in my head just some running tabulation of what we're going to have to do eventually, right? And whether what we're doing now is on the path to that or not, right? But that's at the most macro level, right? Individual teams kind of make their own schedules, right? So I don't micromanage the art team. The art team is like deciding what they work on, and I sort of meet with them occasionally to make sure that that is the right thing to get where we need to go. But like they sort of figure that out, and that distributes the load, so I don't have to think about everything, right? When a user program encounters a debug break, does it wait for the debugger to attach? So what we just did, there were two, let's go to look at debug break, right? Debug break here does different things if it's compile time execution versus runtime, right? If it's runtime, it does int3, which is just an instruction that debuggers catch on Windows, right? And I guess the, is this true on Linux as well, or do we need to do something? I guess it's true on Linux. I don't know. Anyway, the history of int3 is that it was an illegal instruction originally, and there was no official way to break into a debugger, so people just sort of standardized on this, and then now it's what everybody uses, I think. So we do that in an executable, and that, so if you're running in a debugger already, this will break the debugger, but break in the debugger, right? If you're not running a debugger, then depending on your Windows settings, it may pop up a dialog box to say, hey, do you want to launch a debugger? Or it may not if those settings are turned off, right? But it probably will. Here, this says, hey, if we're running at compile time, just set some variables inside the compile time execution so that it will pause and drop into an interactive thing. Well, okay, it'll drop into an interactive thing if you ran with that command line option. Otherwise, it won't, I guess. Maybe? I don't know. We already talked about Back for Blood. What's a good junior who's not experienced? Yeah, someone who can learn. Someone who is interested in the work they're doing. Someone who has a good attitude about, like if somebody's there just to get paid, it's probably not that good, right? I mean, unless it's, maybe some software companies have a culture that's more like Wall Street or something, but I don't know of that many, right? So usually it has to be someone who's interested in what they're doing, and is interested in getting better, right? Someone who's not interested in getting better, like, and getting better is, that's a self-interest thing, right? Because you should want to be, like, for the arc of your life, if you're a programmer career-wise, you should want to be good at that, right? And so, like, people who have that just will tend to have fixed problems on their own. They'll tend to improve what they do. They'll intend to actually learn because they want to get better, right? Some people definitely do not want to get better. Like, I've seen that. I've seen people who don't care about how good it is what they do and are not interested in improving it. And that makes someone bad, whether they're junior or senior, but yeah. How do you measure the pace of development done? I don't, so a lot of management techniques, I should go back and look for questions that I missed, but like a lot of companies do relatively invasive and heavy management techniques in order to make sure people are working and stuff. The problem is the more you put people in jail and spy on them, like you'll get a certain kind of productivity out of that, but it's not, you don't get really good work out of that, I don't think, right? Like the way you get good work is like you be Bell Labs or something and you give people freedom. People who are going to use freedom effectively, you give them that, right? Like you'll notice like all these companies that do super invasive metrics to measure programming productivity, they're not that productive, actually, right? So actually, this is a common theme in a lot of things, right? It's just like software engineering techniques or whatever. There are these management techniques that will prevent you from going below a certain level of productivity, right? It's sort of like cutting off the extreme left tail of the Gaussian, because if people don't comply with the management techniques and don't put in the metrics, then you see that and then you fire them, and you have a very good reason to fire them and all that, right? Okay. But it also cuts off the high end of the tail, right? And the problem is the high end of the tail is 10x the median at least, right? So those techniques, they're like bandpass filters or something, right? Valve has no managerial structure and the highest value per employee in the US. Yes, but that's also because they run Steam. Like, if Valve didn't run Steam and had to actually make games, that wouldn't be remotely true. So they made a very good choice in launching Steam when they did and making it succeed. That was not easy, but they've been coasting off that for frickin' 20 years now. Or give or take. Do I accept constant overwork by a passionate developer? I mean, that's not typically a problem. Like, sometimes people are interested, they get excited, they do a bunch in the beginning, and then they go to a more normal pace after that. Like, that's a normal thing. Like, if you go to a new job and you're interested, often you're like excited by what you could do there, right? But I don't think I've ever seen constant overwork out of anyone. Int3 can be trapped by user land. Well, debuggers aren't that special. They just set up a handler for int3 or whatever, right? And you could set that up yourself. Company had a heavy process. People were busy all the time, but they were busy doing useless work that does not actually contribute to the bottom line. Yes. So here's the thing. You get what you measure, as R.W. Hamming said, right? And so if you measure like number of lines of code that people write, then people are going to write a lot of code, right? Is it going to be useful code? Probably not. Is it going to be good that they write a lot of code? Probably not, because all else being equal, more code is bad, right? Like, you need to add amount of functionality commensurate with the amount of added code, right? Actually, more than that, because bugs are more than linear with amount of code. So you need to add functionality that's more than linear with amount of code in order to break even. Which good programmers can do, but people who are just writing code in order to look productive are not going to do that at all. Right? And so that's very damaging in the long term. What's my thought on Steam Deck? I don't know. I mean, here's the thing. I don't really play game consoles hardly at all right now. I play games on PC sometimes. I know a lot of people like the Switch form factor. I never really played that much on it. I played a couple things. The last thing I remember playing on Switch was the Zelda Crypt of the Necrodancer game. And I mostly played that hooked up to a monitor, right? I played it a little bit handheld, but I was like, okay. So, if the Steam box is a better Switch, that's totally cool. I would guess that I'm not the audience for it because I mostly play things on regular PC, right? But maybe if it was good enough and there were games that I wanted to play like portably like that, I could get into it. It feels like it'll be successful. Like this is weird because it feels like it will be successful. A lot of people were hyped for the announcements. A lot of people were hyped for the announcements of Steam Machine and Steam Box also, and those abjectly failed. But maybe it's different this time. Maybe because it's a cool handheld, people. I don't know. It's not that obvious extrapolating from response to like, are people really going to buy it? Am I overworking constantly? It depends on what you call overwork. Am I working more than 40 hours a week constantly? Usually, yes. Am I working at 100% of my capacity? Almost never. And I really care about getting this stuff done, and it takes a lot of work. And so, like right now, instead of answering chatty questions and being pissed off at LLVM, I could have like just gone to the next item on the to-do list and just started grinding on it. But I'm taking a mental break right now, sort of. That's what we're doing. They would take a stupidly simple task, treat it like a difficult task. They break it into very small tasks and distribute it. Yeah. Yes, absolutely. That thing that you describe is common. You see it all the time in big companies, not even software companies, though. So there's something about that that's like a bureaucracy thing. Cadence of Hyrule. Yeah, that's the name of the game. Could I give you 20 cents of font size? I don't know what that means. What are my thoughts on Facebook's AR VR plays? I have not paid any attention to it, honestly. Steam machines were a joke. I don't remember which one was Steam Machine and which one was Steam Box. Wasn't Steam Machine first and then Steam Box second, or is it the other way around? Anyway, both of those got a lot of positive reception when they announced it. Although the first one, when they had like the 17 different PC vendors showing their different models, I think there was a significant amount of skepticism and confusion, like what actually is this? But people were still into it. It's just then nobody freaking bought it. Like there's a difference between people being excited on the internet. It's like Snakes on a Plane, dude. When that movie was announced, there was like non-stop people excited about Snakes on the Plane on the internet, and then it bombed at the box office. So you can't, it's not that simple somehow, right? Intel or AT&T, neither. We've got our own thing going on now, thanks to Ryan. Elon said the other day, try to get Carmack to work at SpaceX multiple times. Yeah, why wouldn't you? Like, Carmack is an obvious choice to hire for either a game company or a space company, right? Like, there's not many people of whom that is true. Will it lead to DirectX just being used instead of OpenGL, etc.? I don't know. I haven't paid attention to that. Steam Link was the connect your PC to the TV. No, you're skipping one. There was also Steam Box. There was Steam Machine, Steam Box, and Steam Link. Like, they've done so many variants of this. Wouldn't you want Carmack to work for you regardless of industry? I mean, maybe. I mean, I could think of some, like, cashier at Whole Foods. It's probably not better to hire John Carmack than somebody who actively applies to be cashier at Whole Foods, right? I mean, how about reaching out to Carmack and hiring him? I mean, a lot of people want to hire John, and he is happy doing his own thing. So good luck if you want to do that, right? Steambox was just the name people gave Steam. No, I don't think that's true. I think there were two different initiatives. Like they did Steam OS one time for one of them, and then they rebooted Steam OS for another one. Maybe that wasn't public though. I don't remember now. There were like two separate things. I'll just put it that way. Steambox never came out and morphed into Steam machines. Yeah, maybe that's what happened. Well, okay, back in the thing when they had like the 17 different PC makers announce their thing, I think most of those never actually happened, but one or two of those models actually were sold in very small quantities. It's just like there wasn't like it was a very weird thing where like why is there a console? Well, because it's a well-defined platform that games are available on, and they're not available not on that console, right? And so they took away the not available not on that console because they're just regular Steam games, and they took away the well-defined platform by having 17 of them, right? And so it was like nothing. So yeah. Think Steam strategies to illustrate to Microsoft they can make Windows redundant if Microsoft does something anti-competitive. I mean, that was definitely part of the motivation before. I don't know now. I don't know what they care about now. Will gaming ever truly come to Linux? Probably not. Probably not. I mean, maybe to some limited Linux subset, like a SteamOS kind of thing, but like probably not even that. Like Linux is too pro bug. Linux is too anti-correctly working software to ship games on it en masse. And they'll claim they're not, but then they won't change any of the problems. So rip. Yeah, the value proposition wasn't there, and the spec was still inconsistent, so you couldn't have games optimized for the class. Yeah. I mean, if you're a game developer and you're going to target a Steam machine? What did that even mean, right? It's like, okay. Whereas on a console, you can get very, very, very serious about optimizing a game, and the games can be much better for that. Why didn't Sony continue with PSP? I honestly don't know. I don't know anything about PSP. I mean, wasn't PS Vita sort of the next PSP though? Or are you considering that part of it? Like PS Vita was just like, we're going to make another PSP, but we're going to pump it up or something. It wasn't as good. I mean, sure, but maybe they messed up, right? That doesn't, yeah, I don't know. Do I mean Linux distributions or the kernel? I mean everything except the kernel. So not just distributions, but like the user level software. It's all anti-correctly functioning computer. And so it's that first of all, and then it's also anti you can distribute binaries, which by the way, I consider to be part of correctly functioning computer. So since you can't really distribute binaries on those platforms, I mean, I guess now you would try to ship a game inside a container, but like that's not going to work very well, I don't think. I guess you could try it. I mean, I guess maybe Flatpak is mature enough or something that you could try to use it on a game. But it's just like, why is all that even there? It doesn't make any sense. And like, it's not like Flatpaks work everywhere either, right? Valve is doing exactly that. Yeah. So maybe that'll get Flatpak support on more distribution. I don't know. It's just a disaster. Just delete almost all the Linux distributions and everything will get a lot better. Just have two or something. Have like a server distribution and a client distribution. And everybody stop passive aggressively forking everything and combine your effort into actually making things good. And then progress might actually happen. But right now, progress can't really happen. If I had enough senior human resources, would I direct the development of a new OS? I would at least try. If I could just like spin it off, if I had the money to fund an OS team, I probably would try to get that started right now. But it wouldn't be in product mode. It would be in like establish the forward operating base mode. It wouldn't be a big team. But of course, you start it small and then you enlarge it. But yeah, I would do that if I could right now. I just don't have the money. Is it worth it for someone to make another graphics API? No. We shouldn't have any graphics APIs except user level ones. We should have an instruction set. If you want to think of that as an API, that's fine, but we should have one or a small number of instruction sets that you just run. It's just very clear at this point. And the refusal to do that just is flabbergasting. Could invest in this effort. Do I need funding? I mean, I would start an OS project if I had, like the thing is you want it to be able to roll for a little bit without trying to make money on it, right? Because you want to build things from scratch in a high quality way. I mean, the thing is you probably need to hire people who are pretty expensive. I don't know, like, and also if I had more money than I had right now, I would spend some of that on the current games, right? So like if I had $7 to $10 million laying around beyond what I currently had, I would probably do like a Skunkworks team to start an OS. There's really not that much money on the grand scheme of things, but I don't want to go like pitch people to loan me that money, right? Or VC me that money, because then it's tainted and you can't do whatever you want with it. So the hope is we just ship some more games and like Sokoban game makes a lot of money and then we could spin something up. Who knows? Who knows? You know, some oil princes that could get in touch with me. I mean, if they want to fund OS development and on terms that are acceptable, we could talk. Make an F2P mobile game. I mean, the thing is, that is some people's plans, right? Some people start companies and they're like, we're going to do this thing that's just the obvious commercial cash in and make money. And then we're going to use that money to make the cool thing. But like, that doesn't really work. The companies that really work are the companies that do the thing that they want to do and execute well and like find a market for the thing, right? Because what you find when you try to do the commercial cash in thing is actually, it's pretty hard to do that because that's what everybody else is trying to do. And there's a lot of competition and it's very hard to get noticed. And like that's the thing about markets, right? Is there are boom times in markets, but for the most part, it's like your eyes adjusting to the light, right? If there's a lot of easy money to be had, then other people will be getting it too. And it's pretty hard, right? So you need a unique angle, right? And so that tactic tends not to work. And if it does work, then you find it's very hard to pivot because you've trained yourself to do the commercial cash in thing. You've hired people and trained them to do that. And now you don't have a company culture or expertise that is geared toward what you actually want to do, right? So Teal wants innovative ideas, but I wouldn't go to some place like Founders Fund with this idea because I don't really have a plan. Like the plan for how it makes money is just like later on when we have an operating system that's way better than everybody else's, obviously you'll be able to figure out how to sell it, right? And some kind of customer, but like, I don't know who that is right now. And I don't know when that is. Like, it has to be like a long ramp. It can't be like, here's our business plan. We are selling this in January 2024, right? That's just not how to do it. What would the plan be to get hardware makers to get along with a new OS? Seems to be the main problem. I wouldn't worry about that until later. Like what you want to do, you've got to prove the idea first, right? So what you do is you say, okay, first, we want an operating system that follows along many of these principles that I've talked about simplifying software, right? Being much more tractable, much less bug prone, many fewer lines of code, much more maintainable, much more targetable by software, much smaller attack surface, all these things, right? So you get that going, and you get that going on just special hardware. It's like, look, everybody working on the OS has this exact hardware, and we make sure it works on that, right? That's all you need in the beginning, right? You don't want to make the problem too hard by insisting that you run on everything that comes out of Shenzhen 1 week after it does, right? But you also have to have a plan for that. You have to be like, okay, maybe part of the answer is we just only target this on specialized hardware. Maybe. But you could also think about, okay, if we want a wider spectrum of support without falling into this trap Linux has, or Windows even, how do you do that? And one way that you do that is by not having drivers or having anything that corresponds to a driver running in user space instead of in the kernel and all that, right? You want a much harder wall between the kernel and devices than currently exists. Now, again, like if you go back in time, I think various microkernels were more like that. And so you want to go in that direction, I think. And OS would definitely at least be 203x. Not really. Not if you had like an actual team working on it. Like for most of the history of this language, it was me doing the vast majority of the compiler programming. And I was also working on the game, right? So like, you know, anyway. Isn't what I'm describing exactly what Google is doing with Shusha? I doubt it. Because Google doesn't have the appropriate aesthetic and sensibility, but I haven't followed that, right? So I don't know what it is. But I seriously doubt it's what I'm talking about. So macOS, but no, nothing like macOS. Are you kidding? No, absolutely nothing like macOS. This is the problem, is like people have an easy time imagining what they already know, and it's very hard to imagine something different unless somebody spends a long time explaining it to you, which I don't want to do right now. But also, it's not totally mapped out. It's like I know the high level principles. What that means when it comes down to various bits is unclear. Some things I know a little bit, like okay, probably all APIs are command buffer based and they're all hierarchical. So like if you call the equivalent of fopen in your program, that's fine. You can do that, but that's actually an abstraction layer on a lower level thing, but it's actually well defined what that is. So you could actually, it's encouraged that you take the relatively straightforward, simple source to fopen that uses this command buffer API and do your own thing and modify it, or just go around it and use the command buffers directly, right? So stuff like that. Like macOS is a Unix dialect, right? So what I'm talking about is not at all like Unix. Would there be two things like DOS and the actual Windows UI? If you're asking, would there be a terminal? Yes, there would. Why doesn't the Linux community just pool their manpower and make a serious competitor? Lack of discipline, I guess. And lack of, like, you need somebody leading that effort that people will follow as well. You need like a charismatic leader. And programmers are not good at that usually. Hardware locked and somewhat microkernel, I see. But macOS isn't really very microkernel, honestly. Like I'm talking about way more microkernel. I'm talking about like the number of things that you call into the kernel for is very small. Is it even possible to make a decent OS that is not Unix-like? Yes. Okay. What is Unix, right? Unix is, well, what were the principles? Of course, it's been built out into all this stuff, but Unix is small processes communicating to each other over pipes, right? And you can build combinations of those with shell scripts that pipe the output of one small process into another, and the text gets piped in and it does things, right? And everything is a file descriptor internally, so your APIs treat things as file handles. Whether it's like a network socket, right, or whatever else, /dev/ whatever. All that stuff is wrong. I wouldn't do any of that stuff. I would make completely different decisions for all of that because I think most of it is damaging in the year 2021, and we can do a lot better. Do I think Git at least solved some real problems? I mean, the content addressable hash part of Git is probably the good part, but you could throw away everything else about it. Oh, also, what else about Unix? It's a multi-user operating system where everybody has access to a shared file system, and then permissions carve off small pieces of the file system. That's completely wrong if you care about security. You want a thing where, if it's even multi-user, which I don't even know if that needs to be a concept, but separate applications have their own very well-defined, very walled-off boundaries, and they can't see outside them by default. And if you want to opt into giving an application a view of something else, maybe you do that. Yeah, like Unix, I don't mean to bag on Unix historically. Unix was a totally fine design for 1970 when it was made. Even into like 1980, 1985. But by probably the start of the 90s, you probably should have been able to see what the problems were. And by now, you should clearly be able to see what the problems are. Like, oh my God, right? And it's just nobody has the initiative to fix the problems. Somebody has to do it. Nobody's doing it. Nobody I know. I mean, there might be some small project off somewhere that I don't know about that's doing good stuff, right? But for the most part, nobody has the imagination, and nobody thinks you can solve big problems. And nobody even sees that it's actually not that big of a problem if you start over, because you actually don't want most of the baggage that comes with Linux or Windows. Most of that is dead weight that comes from, not solving the problem right the first 5 times, right? But you have the benefit of hindsight of all those things people did, and you can do the right thing the first time now. On Apple, you don't have access to the main program loop. I mean, people always had reasons that they thought were good at the time for doing that kind of thing. And then it turns out to be a mistake. Like Windows has an equivalent to that that's almost as bad. In Windows, you're supposed to draw your application from the message loop when you get a WM Paint message. It's like completely absurd, right? And that's still there, right? Like games and stuff ignore that, but that's still officially how you're supposed to do it. But yeah, like all these things, people think that they have a good reason for them, and then it turns out not to have been good in retrospect. All right, I've probably finished chat time, and it's time for me to think about going to bed. Let's take a look at trying to raid someone, because we haven't done that in a while. Why does Twitch put me on music every time I go to the front page? Are they trying to get people besides nerds to be on Twitch? It's like never going to work. Like literally every time it's music or Olympics. We haven't rated Adam C. Eunice in a long time, so we could do that. Insignia Chapter 2? Wait, what? What does that mean? Does that mean he released the first? No, he didn't release a game, did he? Ask your game dev questions here. MMORPG. Barn Owl live stream. Space Colony. Let's check this out.
I think that at the currency of some resources in the game, there's metal, you can get metal shells for money.
He's very mumbly, but is this his own game? Is he reading negative? Let's do this. All right. Thanks, everybody. I'll see you later. Have a good night, everybody.